Hi, welcome back to Football Manager. With Taffs Well, Taffs Well F.C. I'm confused. So, we have two games to go, which are about absolutely nothing, quite contrary to the German Bundesliga right now, which has one game to go and it's about everything, it feels. But for us, it's nonsensical, basically. We just need to get through these two games. That said, maybe we can take the time and think about the stuff too. Things are coming up, decisions are coming up. How's our contract, by the way? We might not even be employed at the end of the season. So, who knows? Maybe they decide otherwise. Yeah, and seen from that perspective, maybe we shouldn't focus too much on long-term stuff. Maybe we should rather focus on the next games and just move forward. Never mind. And by the way, welcome back, Mickey Billion. I hope you had a nice day. And if it's half as sunny in Sweden as here, you probably had at least fine weather. It's like the sun outside. I'm looking towards the window, by the way. The sun outside. It feels like it has drawn every single child within a 20-kilometer radius into our neighborhood. So yeah, I had a fun day working from home. There has been some sort of background noise all day. Well, considering the contract stuff, I guess that might have been some sort of subconscious transmission or something, because apparently we get a new contract. Are you interested in signing a new contract? Are we? Do we want to remain in Wales? Right. I guess we accomplished our goals, right? So the question now is this a tournament save? Or is this something else? Well, where do we want to go instead, Mickey Billion? I I would be willing to spend another year in Wales and move up to the first league. Not like I'm entirely opposed to the idea. But at least I want to hear the argument. Get off that rock. Seriously? Nah, I wanna see them promoted, or at least I wanna see a second season. If it gets us fired, there's seriously, I'm not the one to quit the being with a club for after a year. So I feel like this is a nice UI element, by the way. I think this is for the menu that pops up here sometimes. Apparently, it's empty in this case. Yeah. I would want to go with them. New contract offered. Okay. And afterwards, maybe we can deal with the stuff for an additional year, because that's probably all we get. And I would also like to have playing stuff on real contracts, but I feel like this probably won't happen. Also, given that Mega Billion is around, and obviously this is the number one person that I want to inform in this situation, like seriously, well, to a degree. I have decided, after consulting with my management, which obviously knows better than me, but I have decided that my regular streaming days, so my schedule for the time being, will be Mondays and Fridays at 6 p.m. up until 10. With exceptions, obviously, in both ways. But for now, I'm trying to adhere to that schedule. So this is the first stream on schedule. I hope this works for you. And it doesn't, well, let me know. So, next season's goal is to avoid relegation again? Can we do that? Second time in a row? Which budget of 950? I guess. Why not? Does that seem reasonable? Oh, this is current season. So for the next season, there's no goals whatsoever? Well, yeah, we can do that. This is not what I would call ambitious, though. Is this seriously how this works? Apparently. Continue to avoid relegation every single time. If this is all there is to it, fine. Why not? So we obviously want a ray trace and they can reduce it a little bit. And this, we can probably drop this. Otherwise, this money is fine. In fact, this is a lot of money for this club, I think. So we'll just leave it at that. Not like it matters much. And seriously, if we get fired, well, then we move on and get off this rock, as somebody put it. They are delighted, we have a new deal, and now we can deal with, the other people in the club. I think we offered a contract to Sam Jones, didn't we? I hope you can't hear these children outside. Some of them, seriously, they're screaming like world's ending. Fantastic. I want to be young again. Yeah, there's a noise filter. There's like 4 or 5 different filters on the microphone, all done in OBS, and I followed a setup guide by some YouTube video, and that helped mostly. But I don't know. It should also suppress loud noise or something like, because it doesn't go all over the place. The volume, and do some other random stuff. But the microphone picks up a lot of things usually, so I had to remove those. All right, stuff wise. So we have the best coaches apparently in the entire league. I can hardly believe it, but some of them are really expensive, and we will probably let them leave until the end at the end of the year, and deal with stuff that's worse. I think that's reasonable. For example, the recruitment analyst. Sure, he has good personality, but otherwise he's utter trash and we don't need him, and 55 euros per week is definitely too much. Same with Jordan, as a head of youth development. Well, maybe we can argue that this is worth the money, right? So, especially given that he's evasive. So maybe that's not a bad idea. Ben Lee, on the other hand, as a director of football, yeah, okay, maybe we use him too. But the assistant manager we get for half. Because we tried to employ Sam Jones, I think. Where is he? Here he is. Yeah, there's a contract offer going here. Yeah, and I think it's for 15. So that's upcoming. And otherwise, there's not much to tell. We gotta wait for 2 weeks. So any ideas about where we move with this club, or what we do in the future, are welcome. As usual. Which overlay is also is fantastic. Pre-roll ads are on for -3 seconds. This is how it works, is. Yes, I should screenshot this. It's 0 double point -3. Whatever that means. Other than IT problems. I also had a look into different tactical styles. And one thing that comes to mind immediately about attacking tactics is that, at least in my head, and I think in many people's heads, attacking football automatically includes very fast attackers. I realized that that's wrong. And it kind of feels obvious now that I think of it. So that attacking football doesn't need to include fast-paced people necessarily. It can, but it doesn't have to. Because come to think of it, if you play more or less within the attacking third all the time, the people up front, they do not have to be very fast. They have to be very good technically, and they have to have good mentals. But the ones in the back are the ones that need to be fast, because they need to cover. And that usually includes a counter attack, so they need to be friggin' fast. And also, but there's a certain pressure for the team to be good on the ball. But the ones up front, they might be really slow and have good physical presence or whatever. I wasn't aware of this. I think that was a misconception on my part. That's not to say that fast players in attacking football can't happen, you know. They might be just fine. But it made me reflect on my priorities within the team a little bit. Not saying that it has to be this way or that way, obviously. I think you can make it work one way or another in most cases. So there's no transfer interest by Joshua Chu. We will acknowledge that and move on. Unsettled or not unsettled. This doesn't matter much anymore, but we will have a look at it anyway. In fact, I think given the absolute... This match is not useful to us, isn't it? Is it? There's 2 matches to go. We don't care if they win or lose. In fact, they don't care if they win or lose either. So why would we train for this specific match if we can also do overall training and get some additional attribute points out of our players that we might lose going forward? So let's do overall training. In fact, we can probably have some match practice here and do some outfield here. I wouldn't want to do it here. This is still too close. So, just to ask a very representative sample of one, in case you still hear me, Mika Billion, would you say there is an additional day that you would consider to be favored for Football Manager streaming? Because I've thought about this for a long time, and I really want to know I guess what adheres to the audience. That makes sense. So Fridays after work, that seems like an obvious choice to me. In some countries, Fridays don't come with specific football matches. So that's why I did this. And the Monday, to be perfectly honest, first of all, I realized that Monday is usually one of these days where I'm at home, so in home office, and I can wrap up my usual business and then go for a break for an hour or 2, or maybe not, and do, say, 3 or 4 hours of streaming afterwards. My girlfriend will not be excited, but I gotta do it at some point. On some of the other days, I'm not at home. So the additional commute gets in the way, if that makes sense. He doesn't like his training. I also realized that for some reason Monday streams are, I don't know, there's more people in Monday streams than in Tuesdays, Wednesdays, or Thursdays. And then the same, but exaggerated on Fridays. Because, you know, Fridays is working, so everybody goes to Twitch or whatever. I don't know. And that made me realize that probably Monday and Friday is not bad, and also it kind of fits with my schedule, with the exception, obviously, of, you know, if I do travel at weekends, I will not stream. because I will not carry the entire hardware with me. Yeah, so some Fridays might be extended. But in case there's any preferences, if somebody watches this later on, please let me know. Like, seriously, I would be very interested in this. Yeah, and this might come down to, well, in country XYZ, we have matches at this day or something like this. We can praise him, can't we? Sure. What was the problem with them? The high team training workload. He doesn't have high workload. Individual training workload is heavy. Okay. So maybe a little bit. What's with Gary Moody? The mentoring unit's character had a positive effect. Well, that's great. He also stays back at all times. This part of the mentoring unit. Did this happen later on? Well, I'm not opposed to it. And Shay Kirk dives into tackles. Moody stays back at all times. He plays short, simple passes, and he dives into tackles too. So I guess this is the defensive midfielder group. Sure, why not? Also, for some reason, Darren Evans absolutely has no influence from the remainder of the group, so this is perfect. I like this very much. And then here's Yates. Oh. Oh. What happened? We didn't focus on this anymore. So the mentoring group's less desirable characteristics had an effect lately. That's not great. What kind of mentoring group is this? This is target forward, isn't it? There he is. Yeah, there's a lot of influence on him by Elina Untold. That might not be that good. On the other hand, maybe he gets a trade at some point. That's it. His jumping improved to 8. As a target forward, this is... I guess this is not astounding. There's jumping, obviously. But he started out with 6, didn't he? Let's look. Look at this. He didn't grow. He's still as tall as me. His jumping reach just went up for some weird reason. And now all of a sudden, well, not all of a sudden, but there's a decision to be made. If his jumping reach continues to grow, then he might stand a chance after all at some point. And we can focus on the mentals, or the technicals really. Doesn't matter. I very much like that. Hell, we might even focus on pace for some reason. Probably mentals though. I wanted to play with a target forward, so let's do it. And in that case, I think this off the ball movement went up too. Yeah. So his worst stat right now as a target forward is the finishing. The finishing? I don't care much about that. Yeah, off the ball movement went up. Great. I guess we can play him. Let's go back. Did we praise him? I guess we did. That's fantastic. Alright. Well, that's happened. Not much, apparently. There's a few of our players that are wanted by other clubs. I don't like that at all. But what can we do? Maybe the break will do them some good. Maybe that's what they need. Additional time to, train. And afterwards, find a nice performance on the pitch. So, say we keep Toby Yates and Holt up front. Maybe Elena too. Not that it matters much. And striker position should be covered. I'm not so convinced by the prospect of using Adam Jones as a Metzala. He doesn't do well there. As a poacher, he was really great. As a shadow striker, he might be. Metzala, nah, not so much. What trick is it? That's a weird kind of cheat code. Is this something that got implemented, like, by the developers, or is this some random stuff? So, okay. Well, they are fantastic. That's true. Well, I will probably not do this though, going forward, because this definitely feels like cheating to me. Huh. Uh, I'll repeat that. This is something that feels like cheating to me. Because I wouldn't know about these players, would I? It's a very personal thing though. Okay. Well, thank you very much for telling me. Now I have to muster the mental fortitude not to do this. That'll be hard. That said, it might be fun to to aggregate a squad that is entirely these kinds of youngsters. Yeah. Like seriously, if we ever make it to, I don't know, some sort of Premier League team or something, then we can just do something like this for fun. It's weird though. So what does this do actually? I'm trying to Google this now. Oh. So a face in the game apparently is all of the Football Manager stuff who add themselves as a region into the game. Well, not all of them. I do not know if they have great potential. Not all of them probably. Some might. We will. Can we? Yeah, we can just search here. There's 752 people. And, well, some of them obviously. Now, how do I put this? I don't think there's that many people that work at SI. At least not specifically at SI. at, you know, the core team and software development or whatever that is. However we define core team. The scouts maybe, I don't know, but they will probably not work full-time for SI, will they? And, well, I'm confused. This is obviously new gens, but I'm not sure how this works. So maybe let's just not get go overboard with this. In fact, I will try to erase this from my mind. Doesn't work. Thanks for telling me though. This is I consider this to be interesting. Seriously. Also need to try something. Last time out, so you probably realized, last time out the stickers didn't make sounds. Yeah, there's the bot. Great. But this is not what I'm going for right now. Last time out the stickers didn't make sounds and I don't like that at all. Why didn't it work?
Hey, listen!
Well, this works, so I guess it's fine. I don't know. I had a problem with that in the last stream, and I wasn't aware of the source of the problem. Now everybody will think I'm some sort of Zelda fanboy. This is a reference to Zelda, isn't it? Yeah, no, I think so. Whatever. So... Alright, so Yates remains, Holt remains, and Elena might remain just as a third option and third backup. Holt signed a new contract right now. And this is an easy choice. So, let's see. Terry Cobb is on a new contract. Alshant Williams has extended his contract, which is fine. He's a cheap-ass physio. I like that. Sam Jones, though. So let's look again at a contract offer. Oh. I think we wanted to sign him as an assistant manager. So I guess that means that the old assistant manager needs to go, right? This is how it works. Can we... Okay, now it should be done. Because Nathan Terrell just got, well, not fired. We agreed to terminate the contract. And Sam Jones is on a full-time contract. No, part-time contract, sorry. He's the assistant manager now. Cool. That's exactly what I wanted. So, for the remainder of the season, we don't need him anymore. Not much, anyway. His contract runs till longer than mine. So now we can set him on a coaching course. Because as a long-time servant to the club, this is obviously a good choice, and we could do with a coach that is really great. Especially as the assistant manager. This also means that training has changed, because all of a sudden there's no fitness coach available anymore, and Sam Jones we probably would rather have him train the defending department, right? Jenkins is better though. So I guess Sam Jones can do fitness right now. That says his mentals as a staff member are good. I like that. This is one of the reasons why we employed him in the first place. Luke Thomas signed a new contract. Cool. Yeah, I think we renegotiated some of these. Training's fine. Anything else about him? Well, last match wasn't that great. He had great heading though. That's fine. Passing isn't. Creativity? Probably not. Where did he play? He played in central defense, didn't he? For some reason, there were options for a midfielder in there. Well, or the wingback. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's not about Nathan Tyrrell though. Chris Adair is on a new contract. Cool. There's a bot in this chat that is literally called chat underline. At one point I want to find out what all these bots do. Because they're definitely not watching the stream. So, about next season. Oh, the youth intake should come in, right? When did youth intake come in? Yeah, it's 14 days. And I'm really sorry but this is my old shitty hardware. As soon as let me put it that way. As soon as the money that is earned by the stream is enough to buy new hardware, I will do that. I will use the whole whopping $4 and whatever cent amount of cents it is right now to buy new hardware. So I guess it might take a while. It's 14 days because there's international break, I think. The press set. There's some sort of international games here. And apparently second league in Wales might, there might be an international player in there. Because it's Wales after all. So who says that second league doesn't contain a Welsh international? I guess that's why we stick to it. We could try to do a friendly, but I cannot endure another friendly. I want to move on. No coaching course, okay. Then not. In general, I'm happy with Tumulty. Like, really. 6.79, that's not bad. 8 assists, 21 appearances, so an assist every second game. Well, why not? That's totally fine. His attributes, though, could be a bit different for the new role. And even as a winger, he's not that reliable. His crossing is not great. And some of his mentals are really, really unimpressive. Ryan Gibson, on the other hand, no complaints. I think he's totally fine for this squad. I don't like the character. Personality is still unambitious. I don't like that at all. Otherwise, I'm really happy with him. And I think he did well, he gets a lot of playing time. Granted. So, where the hell is Mitsala? Here it is. That's not that much of a development for somebody that plays that much. On the other hand, I still feel it's okay for him. And hopefully he can develop just due to age. Is he part of a mentoring group that influences his character? Hopefully. Yeah, together with Cloyd and Adam Jones. So good luck with good influence on the character, though. In fact, Cloyd is the major influence. That's not good. Not good at all. On the other hand, if Adam Jones loses some of his ambition, that's probably not bad, as long as he also loses some of his, whatever it is, outspokenness, volatileness, and confrontationalness. This really says controversy at a maximum. So whatever point we can deduct from that is good. Kai Clay has been signed for next season. I'm happy with this. If he wants to stay, that is. And then there's the youth players. We might as well have a look at them, sure. Also, somebody dropped me a message. Oh. It's the important stuff. Okay. George Jenkins. We had him for a while now. Oh, his strength improved a little bit. So he might grow into a strong dwarf at one point. For some reason, Shaqiri's name comes to mind. I have no idea how tall Xherdan Shaqiri is in real life. Let's have a look. 1 meter 65. So not a very small person, but a rather small person. But I really want to skip forward towards the next game and especially towards the time after, because there should be a youth intake, if I'm not entirely mistaken. Somebody told me. Might have been Mickey Billion even. I'm not sure. Somebody told me about the youth intake. It's between the 14th and the 21st, I think, in Wales. So if the youth intake is any good, which I don't think it will be, we might think differently about some positions. And apparently there's absolutely no goals for next season. We have no idea what's expected of us. Hopefully it's not getting promoted. Because if it's getting promoted, we will get fired, and then I will regret not moving on earlier. On the other hand, I guess who cares? Next station might be, I don't know, in Bulgaria or in the Netherlands or in Portugal or something. South Africa, for whatever reason. Doesn't matter. given that I talk about the next station as in management, we will probably remain here for an additional 10 years. You know, if the thoughts are somewhere else, then the save goes well, and we will just remain here and win Champions League or something like this. Probably not win Champions League though. That would be quite the interesting achievement in Wales. Do they even have a... What? Well, there's the youth intake. He was the 8th of April. What? Excellent intake? What? 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 Sure, he's unambitious, but... I will not complain. Also counts as domestic. He's unflappable. Unambitious and unflappable. So, unflappable should... I think it reflects a certain degree of resistance to pressure. We can expect more of him all the time. I will... We should probably go through these, shouldn't we? What? Okay, his mentals are really, really bad. But for a youth player... What kind of contract are they on? Can we... We will probably sign them on youth contracts immediately, won't we? If these contracts contain some sort of... what is it? Well, if these contracts are part-time contracts, like not non-contracts, that would be really great. So that would imply that they are bound by contract until the age of 17 at least. I would very much love that. Maybe there's even a model citizen in there, who knows? Okay. Well, no. There's no... Why is there no menu? I don't care about the player of the year. I seriously don't. I do not want to attend. It's at the 10th of April. Yeah, I will. I will. Look at this. Well, okay. To be fair, our assistant manager is in the club for like 2 days. He has no idea. At least in this position, he has no idea. Yeah. I think I will. I will not offer them... He's spirited. That's great. Also, we will need to keep the eggheads. He's fairly pro. I like that. This guy's English. Not that it matters. Unambitious. Apparently ambition is something that's rare in our squad. That's... For a youth player, that's fine. Also, his name is Shields Slater. Okay. Logan Brown brings the ball out of defense. And he has decent passing. If we... I guess we can train him as a ball-playing defender. If we want to. Mike Morris. He tries long-range passes. Well, with passing 8, that's not fantastic, but his vision is good, his technique is good. I will not complain. Connor Jones, well, he has a... that last name, for some reason, really sticks with me. And yeah, his finishing is shit. Same as, you know, dribbling and first touch. And his mentals could do with some improvement. But he looks like he can play as a shadow striker at some point. That's not bad. There's also Cedric Jones. Is Cedric Jones related to Connor Jones? Apparently not. They just call everybody Jones in Wales, it seems. Like Scarlet. Okay, that goalkeeper isn't great. Good personality though, he's spirited. Michael fairly pro. Paul Williams. Driven. That's not a bad personality either. Mel Paler. He's unambitious. So there's a lack of ambition in this squad, but otherwise they are more or less professionals. I like that. There's a lot of fairly pro and spirited players in there. So middle of the road or slightly professional. And in case they have low ambition, it might show. Okay. Well, Danny Guthrie Wild is not available. He will go back to Colvin Bay. Alright, I get that. Bye. We finished scouting Roberts. He's a balanced guy, has no transfer interest. He's on a non-contract, but given that he doesn't want to sign for us, what can we do? Not like we stand a chance there. Yeah, a chance. We do not have a choice. Sean Duggan. Sean Duggan looked interesting. But at this point, I'm seriously starting to consider... So his transfer interest is minimal anyway. And if I compare him to Yates at this point... 17 points of jumping reach though. 17. Let's put him on a short list for a year. In case he becomes interested all of a sudden. Is this Olagunyu? Not that difficult actually. Mustafa Olagunyu. Who has no interest in signing for us at all. But would be a fantastic signing. Well, I'm not a big fan of the personality, but otherwise... You know, as always, balance the media friendly. That's the training, that's fine. We will remove this, do match practice here, do some outfield training here, and 2 overall sessions here, because we do not care about the performances in the matches anymore. Not that much anyway. And all of this can remain as it is. I like this. Hi, welcome back to the stream. How are you doing and what can I do for you? That's nice to hear. Seriously. We gotta enjoy life while it lasts. Jay Kirk is unhappy with training. Well, okay. There's an opposition report, we can look into that later. What's going on with you? Unhappy as always. He needs to remain with the club for 2 additional matches. Afterwards he can go. So we will just ignore this. And I will not go through this. At least not like this. So, Louis Jamieson, what brings you to the stream? It seems you do not follow this stream yet, but you are not a first-time attender, right? Did you just, I don't know, did you stumble into the stream lately? I'm always, oh, you haven't? Well, for some reason you're not, your chat message wasn't tagged as a first-time message. So, I guess I could go on about what this save is all about. So, I guess, formally speaking, hi, my name's Chris. All of this goes to YouTube later. I stream Mondays and Fridays at this point. I guess that's the schedule. We're trying to figure out schedules. This save started out with Jidderhogdals IK in Sweden, which is a small village club, which we got promoted from 4th League to 2nd League, and afterwards we got fired because, you know, we were not able to retain the league. Not that whoever followed was able to retain the league. So, yeah, after we got fired, we ended up with Taffs Well in Wales. Or, as Mika Billion put it, let me scroll for a second. Get off that rock. Yeah. That said, we ended up here because this is a really small club and they recently got promoted to 2nd League, and now we avoided relegation with them. So, going forward, no idea what the goals are, other than finishing the season. So we have 2 games to go, and we need to wrap up the season. That's all there is to it. So, in case you want to be entertained or entertain us, you are very welcome. And, well, you might get to know me as a person along the way. I don't want to go on a rant about how I see myself, because really, who knows how they are.
Thanks for the follow.
That's also much appreciated. So you're very welcome to stick around for whatever time you see fit. And of course, given that this is a small stream with, you know, not that many viewers, usually I can go into detail in conversations. If you don't mind the conversation to end up on YouTube later on, as I mentioned. But otherwise, feel free to ask or suggest or whatever you think is suitable. And there have been personal discussions on this stream too. So if that's fine with you, I'm okay with that. But, you know, please don't toss your credit card number into the chat, because I wouldn't know how to remove it from the video. And I really don't want to find out. Also, the usual stuff. No, you know, whatever is common knowledge for a stream, I guess. So, no promoting whatever Twitch doesn't like. And in case it's not obvious by now, I'm from Germany, so my view on some things that Americans might feel is entirely normal might be very different. On the other hand, us Europeans, that's probably a bold statement, us Europeans, but Europeans have different opinions on different stuff too. That's a very colorful. I guess we can't color the people, can we? Europe is not that. Whatever. You're getting my point, right? Let's just talk about gun laws for 5 seconds, and afterwards we will be quite excited about different opinions. Or, I don't know, healthcare. Healthcare is usually good. So I wouldn't want Mr. Cake Grenade as a vice captain. Don't blame me for the name. Explosive Birthday Cake is to blame for that one. If he's around. He's not around yet. This is a rare occasion. So you might get to know him later. Yeah. I do not want to make him vice captain. He is strictly a tutor at this point. That's it. We don't pay him either. Is he? He's emergency backup. Fantastic. He can be influential and emergency backup, and hopefully provide some mentoring duties, and that's it. Masaru no longer has a weakness. I disagree. I don't care about the reflexes at this point, but this is not good. That's it. You know, he's 31. For a goalkeeper, that's probably peak. It isn't. Goalkeepers peak later, don't they? But I still don't think he's a great personality. So, he will probably not remain here. Thank you very much, I need that. It's kind of hot outside. Actually, it's even hotter in here. And I might show you a picture at some point, but this stream is recorded in a rather small room. At least it's not to the south, but to the east. But there's one window here, and if I open up that window, there's children's on the playground noises all over the stream. So I cannot open the window. This is in a closed room, and this is all I get. To compensate. So usually it's quite hot in here. And this is what I need the hydrate option for. This is probably also why it's the cheapest of them all. So let's look through the rest. So Masaru, I think, will remain as an emergency backup if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, but he will go at some point. Feldstedt will leave us, I think. We tried to... He's been really annoying lately. He's one of those that constantly think they know better. And I cannot abide that. That said, maybe we need him from a performance perspective. Adair. Chris Adair is... He does well. I think he's on a non-contract as a youngster right now, so no expectations at all. Let's just keep him. Wayne Cloyd should place his shots. Wayne Cloyd is one of the annoying ones, hard to deal with. He doesn't play. We don't need him to play. He will probably go at the end of the season latest. Mickey Lewis is our current captain, and I want to keep it that way. That said, he seems to have some controversy to himself. I'm not too excited. But I think to have a leader in the squad is a good thing. Of Northern Ireland, well, then you have some fun. That's... oh, I should probably complete this. I did hydrate Make a Billion, so that's completed. Yeah, I did Northern Ireland at some point, but not for long. I went into this and then I had a look at all of the non-contracts, and I was like, what? So this time out in Wales, at least I knew what was coming, because last time out in Northern Ireland, I had no idea. This, with all the non-contracts and all the players get poached all the time. Especially Northern Ireland, I think is prone to that. Is there in the first league in Northern Ireland? Are there real contracts there? I'm not sure. What's the league names here? Danske Bank Premiership. So let's have a look at Linfield. They have real contracts, yes. Okay, that's great. They are a professional club even. What about Arts? Part-time. This is a part-time club. Cool. House Championship? Part-time? That's not bad. I remember it being worse. And then there's an intermediate league. They will go down. They are all on non-contracts, are they? Well, whatever the F stands for, you gotta explain. Because I know the F for the German Frage, which is probably not what you're going for. That would imply a question. Might also be the other F word, but you know, I'm trying to be family friendly here. Usually I do not succeed, but I'm trying. I think I adapted, at least partially, I adapted the habit of saying friggin. Um, that might be deducted from somewhere. I think, is this from a movie franchise? To say friggin all the time instead of, you know, the real swear words. Might have been Battlestar Galactica, actually. I'm not entirely sure. I will not do this, no. And neither will I promote Ryan Gibson. He's just fine as a youngster. That's good. Iwan Hayes is on trial with us right now. Runs with the ball through center, tries killer balls, plays 1-2s, looks... What the actual fuck? Sorry. There we go. This is not bad, is it? A Welsh 23-year-old. Okay, I don't like the personality much, but otherwise... Yeah, he was in the Premier. Does he have any interest in signing for us? Why is he here? He's considered to be a B signing. Sure. The problem is we have somebody in that position. Well, to a degree we have. Actually, we have two. So Ryan Gibson is obviously worse, but he's 18 years old. I don't think he's that bad. He will get to it. At least if he continues to develop a little bit from time to time. And then there's where's Adam Jones? Just look at the amount of Joneses. Ah, it's Adam Jones. So Adam Jones is just a better finisher. And as a shadow striker, I think that's okay. So not that far off. I guess we can let him leave. Might add him to the shortlist though. He would definitely be an improvement. But in case we would sign him, we would need to play with two shadow strikers. Or at least two attacking midfielders. And I'm not sure if I want to do that. I think that's some sort of tactic that is highly hyped. At least in certain social circles. So why should I do that? Well, Cumber and Celtic are up next. I'm not even aware of the tactics. We should probably have had a look. But I want to do something else first. So, my management came home, and given that pre-roll ads are off anyway, and this need some time to process, I will just go for a 30-second break, give her a kiss, and come back. See you in 30 seconds. Hi. So, Ole Isaac should play U19 football at his younger age. Ah. Well, we signed him for the first team, so no. And Joshua McConville could be of use for the... He's not much better, though. I forgot something, though. A lot of the U19 players might come up, because they are too old. So we need to sort through this squad anyway after this season. And then there's high potential players and blah blah blah. Kai Clay has decent form. 7.02 is not great. That's okay, but not good. I do not agree. What? What? That never happened to me. Also, this guy doesn't have a profile. This is an academy team. Okay, okay, okay. Will there be a recommendation about the youth players, by the way? I recommend we sign the following. We would need to offer them contracts manually, or what is it? Seriously? Okay. I will do it myself. Great. So this guy's the best. Best we have right now. Yeah, I thought so. There's no youth contract to be had here, is there? Well, let's not give him any money. That would just encourage him. Fantastic. Joshua Rose. He looks decent, yeah. Apparently they know what they're worth. He has low determination and he's a right-footed winger. That said, he's got the pace, he's got the crossing. I will not complain. Connor Jones, fairly pro shadow striker, not a great finisher, but we will get there. I think at least. Mike Morris. He's unambitious, I don't like that very much. Trade's okay on him. Huh. Is he able to do some sort of mid-sala? I guess, why not? Not that bad. Logan Brown. Logan Brown is a fairly loyal player that brings the ball out of defense, that's fine. Mr. Shield Slater. Well, I definitely like his name.
Thanks for the follow.
Oh, thank you very much. So let's negotiate this too. Alright. George Cherry. He's an unambitious guy. I don't like that very much. That said, half of our squad is unambitious. So it's to be expected, really. He will probably fit in nicely, at least for the time being. Ben Jones is a He's a capable dribbler. Let's put it that way. No, don't give him money. We don't want him to have money. Kill him Jones. Because we do not have enough Joneses in the squad. Really, we should do one season where we just employ people that are named Jones. That would be highly confusing. Whilst commenting in the game. We will just leave one player in that's named, I don't know, Lewis or something. The captain. And everybody else will be named Jones. Should be an easy one in Wales, apparently. Is this like in reality? Is Jones really that common of a name in Wales? As I said, don't give them money. Mel Paler is... Yeah, why not? Right? He might be the one to develop, and in the end we will be really annoyed if we don't sign him. And given that we don't pay them anyway, who cares? Paul Williams. 15 points of finishing on a youngster. I didn't look at the rest of the attributes, let's see. That reminds me of somebody. You can probably guess. Michael Williams. Favorite personnel is Sam Jones for some reason. Okay, cool. Why not? Yeah, that's not great. On the other hand, he's got good personality, doesn't he? Fairly pro and reserved. I very much like this. I misclicked. Can we renegotiate this? Sure. He doesn't care. And there's Mike Scarlett. I guess that's the worst of it, but who cares? He would want a clean sheet bonus. Well, no. Alright, that's a youth. I'm not sure if I missed a button or something. Which one? The one with 15... Where is he? This one. He's a poacher. Why should I play him? Just for the finishing? Did you look at the physicals? This is Wayne Cloyd all over again. Just with better personality. Well, maybe. There's this striker here. I realize that he has 5 points of finishing, but this doesn't look that bad. This is no striker to me though. If you look at this attribute sample, well, to me, immediately what comes to mind is good first touch, good technique, good pace. He's not that strong, so not a striker to me. That said, he's fast. He has good anticipation. His off-the-ball movement could do with some improvement. Decision making is good though. The only thing really missing here is decent dribbling. If he had decent dribbling on top, that would be fantastic. To me, this is a winger. Like, not a winger. It's an inverted winger or an inside forward. To me. And obviously he needs to be retrained, but he's freaking 16 years old. So we can do this. We will train him for the left wing. Not that we have like 15 of these at this point. That said, he has the flair. Sure, passing could improve. That's true. So passing and dribbling are missing. But the rest of it is okay-ish. For a 16-year-old. I think we can make that work. And also, pace and acceleration will probably improve until he's 18. Well, that or, I don't know, he has no potential at all. This guy, that passing and technique are really, really great. It reminds me of somebody. A certain guy named Malte Ekman, if you've been around that long. So, yeah. But first of all, let's go through the next game and maybe give some players some time on the pitch that didn't have that much time on the pitch previously. Or, I don't know, just stick to those players that we want to get match experience in different positions, I guess. And we gotta prioritize there. So, let's see. I don't know. We can have a look. There he is. Apparently, yes. And at this point, is it viable to say that he's probably a good deep line playmaker at this point? He's listed for transfer. He's listed for friggin' transfer. Why? Are they absolutely insane? I cannot bring him in. He wouldn't get a work permit. With that passing, he wouldn't get a work permit. His concentration is not great. His off-the-ball movement improved to be 10 at this point. If you think back, I think it was 6 or 7 at max when we started out with him. But we do not get a work permit. We might get him for transfer, but we will not get a work permit because he's Swedish. We're in Wales. This is the United Kingdom. They are, apologies in advance to whoever's from the United Kingdom. But the work permits after they left the European Union are, very restrictive. I didn't insult anyone. That's just a description. Cool. Getting there. No, the work permit stuff really is annoying. Okay, I don't care about the results. Training, not much. Not much either. Oh. Oh, George. Well, okay. Jumping reaching improved. Now it's 2. That's still not that impressive. But 9.1 points of training rating. I like that. Seriously, I do. That's great. We should probably not get additional players and just play the youth in case somebody leaves. Really. It's not like we have high expectations right now. Friggin' hot outside. Seriously. Once August comes around, I will probably be sweating all the time. Live on stream. For the whole internet to see. Again? I never had this happen to me. So this is the second time this season. Pontypridd against Cardiff Drags. How's the league table? League table says... Yes. Yes. And you are sitting down there to the... Well, I guess to the south is warmer, isn't it? Is Austria in general... Is it warmer than Germany? Or than southern Germany? You know, with all the mountains and stuff? Is it really? I guess Vienna might be. I'm not sure. So let's clear this for a second. Who will play next season? Guy Clay will play, if we don't lose him. Who will play here? Probably Flynn Murray, even though I don't like it very much. But why not? So let's give him some time. That's it. Who's available there? Okay, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. But for the rest of the country, it's about 8, right. With the mountainous landscape, there's probably a lot of wind and well, just lower temperature. At least that's how I imagine it. Let's play it there. He needs some playing time. He trains well. Cakey. Ah, that's really nice. Once once the watchers give each other nicknames, that's really cool. I like that. Very friendly. So we could actually play one of the defensive midfielders here. Say Martin plays here. I think that's a no-brainer. He always does. Yeah, no big problem. Here, do we really want to play? I guess we can still play Feldstedt. And on the other side, why not play Sam Jones? This is probably the hurty spot at this point. He's not good at it yet, but I'm confident that he will be. This is Gibson's. This should be Lewis's. Especially given... Well, where is he? Here's Mickey Lewis. I agree that he needs to improve, but I think he can do this. And then we have inverted wingers, so why not use Toker? And out here, I guess Terry Copp is the way to go. He's new to the club, but who cares? Let's give him time on the pitch. And then, up front, there is not much reason to play Holt right now. I guess Toby Yates can make an appearance. What is short, bro? You gotta explain to us, Billion. What is short, bro? The youth intake I'm familiar with. Oh, it's where you live. Okay. Well, I'm sorry. Oh. Well, that fits nicely with the picture of the person with the full beard, and you know, I wanted to grow a beard, but apparently I need to shave from time to time. My girlfriend says she likes it better that way. I think she did. I don't want to put words into her mouth. Paul Coleman will not be around, so Massaro can be on the bench. He will be around. He will probably be around if I can't change it, can I? Pretty Wild deserves to be on the bench, probably. The way I know him, yeah, that's not bad. And up front, do we want to bring Andy Rooney? Well, that's not too bad. We could bring Alina along. Really don't want to do it though. Where's Holt? Here's Holt. Well, see it from the other, see it from the other side maybe, or the other way. I was waiting for like 15 years after everyone else grew a beard until I managed to get this. That's all there is to it. Like, I was literally waiting for single hairs here. Up until this day, I cannot grow a full beard. So I guess to have some weak spots with facial hair is probably okay. He doesn't develop well. Do I really want to bring Gavin? I guess I want to bring Gavin Trainer along. He trains well. He just doesn't bring it to the pitch. Reminds me of somebody. But that's okay. We can do this. And then we need a playmaker replacement or slash Mitsala replacement. I guess Adam Jones will remain outside. He's considered to be a star player. He's happy with his playing time. Yeah, forget about that, that's fine. And if he starts to complain, well, then we have a problem. But whatever. Gary Byrne or Michael Kelly? I think it's Kelly time. Is it? Yeah, let him come along anyway. Who cares? So... They are extremely shaky in defense, they are very good in attack. Okay. Okay. Do we have... There was some man marking. There we go. This should be removed. Should have done that prior to the match. Everybody cross towards the target forward. This is fine. I totally agree with this. He's a horrible crosser, so do not cross very often, please. Otherwise, I'm okay with this. And I will leave it on all matches because I do not want to do individual instructions. I realize that this is new, but these matches are useless. This Feltz is on the pitch. Gibson is, Doherty is. Tumulty isn't. Tumulty isn't, so I guess we give away his squad number. Yeah, true. There's some sense to that. But I guess the usual occurrence is not to grow no body hair, but to grow it in, you know, random spots. That might not even be symmetrical. So you grow like 5 hairs there and 7 hairs there, and then... We want him to go down, really, don't we? But I feel like we do not stand a chance anymore to send them downwards. Let's just encourage everyone. Worked fine for most of them. Good enough. And now we will witness what the players do on their own. Well, that didn't work well. Huge. Martins with a cross from deep. Ali, and that was a really dangerous header. That was really dangerous. Cobb. Lewis. Doherty. Felstead. With a ball towards Yates, and that's probably offside. It is. You can do better, guys. Everybody's excited. Encouragement is very important to them. Martins, Hughes. Ives. Well intercepted, and this is horrible defending. And that's really a waste of a finish. Maybe I should look at opposition instructions. What did we forget? So he's right-footed and not that fast. Also, his off-the-ball movement is not that great. He has a really good strength though, so tight marking, not a thing. Yeah. Probably do not mark him tightly, but close him down. Also, his dribbling is not great for a striker, is it? His bravery is okay though, and he's strong. Adrian Hughes. Is it Hughes? Everything says winger about this guy. So let's show him to the outside, close him down. He's really pacey. I would love to mark him tightly, but he's too fast. This guy, he gets the elbow to the face treatment. And what else do we have? Passing is 14. That's friggin' fantastic. Off the ball movement's bad though. Physicals are bad. No. We will not trigger the press on him. We will just always mark him. Apparently we also need to trigger the press on him. I do not agree. In case we trigger the press on him after he got gained possession, he will just play a nice killer ball. Doesn't matter anymore. And he's not the one to finish. He will just play a killer ball. So we need to cover the rest. This. He's a decent dribbler. So easing off tackles is a good idea. Right-footed. Pacey. Off the ball movement's bad though. He's, I guess closing down is fine. Yes, I could do this for the entire squad. It's just that these games don't matter much anymore. Feldstedt, Gibson, Martin, Lewis. Gibson? Gibson tries to kill a ball this time. Do they have fast defenders? Certainly looks like it. That's not fast. Pace 8. 7. 8. Martin is really pacey. Yeah, they have fast defenders. And apparently we are really bad at defending. At least it looks like it right now. Not sure what's going on here. So the more direct passing maybe is not a good idea for this match. Oh no. That's a corner. We will encourage the team. That's Ives, right? Yeah. But does this... This doesn't necessarily say that he's unable to control the ball, though. He might still get the ball away from, you know, the tackling foot and pull a foul. And this is why we ease off tackles. I do think, though... I think it's an aggregate measure. So the description says, you probably know this. The description says the attribute reflects the player's willingness to work to his full capacity, going above and beyond the call of duty. This is related to stamina. So this is for running and stuff. I wouldn't say it doesn't influence like jumping duels and so on at all. I wouldn't want to go there, but it's most important for endurance. And I guess this is the way it's trained to, right? So it influences the slowness of the player if this is low. Is the way to put it, I think, or the unwillingness to run. I don't know. Basically the problem of Antoine Pouget. He's got it on paper, but in reality he doesn't bring it to the pitch. That's probably unfair. Let him ease off tackles. That would be offside. Yes, it is. Well, it's the mental the mental part of the endurance training, yes. So the problem is it's not a physical thing. It's related to physical to a physical thing, but it's not a physical thing itself. The physical thing is stamina. It's the mental part of it. At least that's my understanding of it. Maybe Guide to Football Manager says different, so I'm very happy to stand corrected. Maybe you can look that up. That's the first shot of the game by Adair. I think the possession is not great. We can win possession-wise though. Because they go lower on condition. I wouldn't have put it that way, but as a secondary effect, I can imagine that this might happen. Yes. Given that they give them the match their all, there's some sense to this, at least for me. I will remove the passing here and go with a slightly shorter passing instead and work the ball into the box, because we do not create chances with the long balls. So let's do it the other way around. Never mind. We can also do it this other way. There's a hold position and a hold up ball. Well, okay. Why not? We'll try attacking football now. Yeah, that's why I did them. This is a home game, I will do demand more for everybody. Because, you know, nobody plays well here. That's shorter passing now, but this doesn't feel like we stand a chance defending this. Poker, Lewis, Bob. Should have taken a shot maybe. Overall though, this looks much better. Mark, it was a shot. I like that. So maybe we stand a chance to create, well, chances here after all. Toker's corner. Not one of ours. Cameron Miles. I'm so happy that this game is not important. Lewis, Toker. Is it offside? It's a corner. Could have been a penalty though, given the way he went down. How's the instructions? It's mixed crosses. We have a target man up front, even though he's not that tall. In fact, that's an interesting question. They have decent jumpers. Yeah, decent jumpers as target man. So I think this is probably not a good idea. That said, Yates has decent anticipation and off the ball movement and stuff. So maybe whipping him might be a good idea. Ah, unlucky. And that's not a good finish, luckily for us. It is. True, yeah. True. We should probably exploit them out on a wing if we can. So that pull it apart a little bit and work the ball into the box. Toker. That's well defended. And that's offside. Martins with a ball towards Perry. It doesn't look like they stand a chance up front. He nearly made me eat my own words. No, but it doesn't look like they stand a chance up front in defending the ball at all. Long balls. That's a good save. Yes. And the thing is, we usually play... Well, we have inverted wingers. So our problem here is that we do not create that much width with the fullbacks on defend duty. And we do not have overlapping fullbacks that might exploit that situation. That said, what we could do in this situation is keep it like this. Still play fairly wide. They are used to it. He's not a great crosser. But we can put him on attack duty for the overlap. And same with Doherty, really. Well, Doherty is a great crosser. Yes, but it's only the... Well, it's only lateral spaces, isn't it? So we're talking a difference of a few meters. I think that we'll manage to do that. So hopefully that makes an impact. There's still passes into space too. And we can try to look for the overlap just as a matter of principle right now. It's a good thing that Sam Jones doesn't... Oh no. It's a good thing that Sam Jones doesn't play on a regular basis anymore in the next season. I think in next season he will not do well. How do you see the low tempo? It's yet another long ball by Feldstedt. They're explicitly told not to do this. They're explicitly told to play out of defense. So apparently that means there's no passing option. But we have a passing option on the pitch. That's well defended by Doherty. Yeah, but our people, are they that much better? Tempo-wise, they aren't. This tempo goes with decision-making and technical ability, and well, they do not have either. We do play with a slightly higher tempo though in attacking, right? Yeah. In attacking we do. That's good. Well, the scene was nice. Seriously. Well created. Well picked the pass. He just didn't get past his marker. But overall this was a nice scene. There, Gibson, Lewis. Oh, Gibson. Wrong choice. Martin. Lewis. Martin. Jones. And now he finds a passing option out on the wing. That's not bad. Toker. And Toker with a long shot. That's not great. Jones, Lewis, Feldstedt. Lewis is off the ball movement. Saw that? He basically got covered here. Williams with a long ball, that could be offside. Jones. It is. Hold on the bench. Yes. Lewis with a... Whoa, what a long shot. He's really not great at these. If only he were a bit better. That's not a problem for Jones, neither is it for Martin or Adair. Well, Adair. You didn't do well. So we will use Alex Holt now. That means we can load the crosses all of a sudden. Because he's not that great mentally. But his jumping reach and strength say I'm okay. So we might stand a chance there. Anyone else that's not great? Terry Cobb isn't great. So I guess Trainer can come on, even though I'm not sure if this is a good idea. Frustrated. They are frustrated. Frustration we can either go with encouragement or firing them up. Demanding more is probably a recipe for disaster. I will try fire up on one and try encourage on the other. They might react totally at random though. Arman, Hughes. That's well defended, actually. Bit weird, but well defended. And this ball will not cut it. Also, that defensive performance by Adair wasn't that impressive. Not a big fan. That's okay. Watkins, Ali, and Clay. So, Lewis didn't like the encouragement. Now he's anxious. And Kai Clay is still frustrated. No, it's the other way around. Lewis towards Doherty. Trainer. Still Trainer. Feldstedt. Martin. Lewis. Lewis loses the ball. That's offside, is it? It is. Doherty doesn't have a great game. Feldstedt's ball towards Holt. That doesn't end up with the striker. Fives, not they don't play in a narrow formation, at least not right now. That's well defended. So apparently they might play in some sort of narrow defense, but not offensively. Well done by Clay. I think we can pull Doherty off the pitch. Anyone else? Sam Jones doesn't look great. Mickey Lewis doesn't have a good game, so he can come off. That's fine. For the two youngsters. And we will encourage everybody. Apparently this is something they needed. Sure. Holt, Wilds, Jones. Well. Could have gone better. Mohamed Toker, Feldstedt. I saw that one in. So close. Let it rain on them. Arman, well that shouldn't be a problem. Jones. Nice pass. Feldstedt. Kelly. Kelly's ball. Toker, Adair. Gibson doesn't end. He doesn't manage to get to the wall. The idea is nice. Overall. Kelly again. This time directed towards Gibson. And we get another corner. There's a lot of set pieces, really. So, set pieces need to be included in our next tactic. Or in the tactic for next season, that's for sure. What's this? Okay. I guess something there said this is a chance. Focus cross. Feldstedt doesn't even jump. Kelly. Martin. I think this is down to low strength, is it? Was offside. Feldstedt's strength is too low, is it? Yeah, he has 5 points of strength. That's a problem. So as soon as the ball is contested, he doesn't stand a chance with jumping. Free kick by Holt. Ooh. Did it hit the post? Jones. Feldstedt. Central defenders in the penalty area. Not a bad cross, I gotta say, and Feldstedt's there to intercept the ball. Well done. Martin towards Toker, that's not offside. It's offside. Seriously? This didn't look like offside to me. Alright, let's look at this scene. Afterwards, we've got one more substitute to make. Adair, Toker, Kelly. Gibson. Did they change anything? There's a new Segundo Volante on the pitch, and that's about it. So we do play down the wings. And a shot by Gibson. Fine. Probably should have brought somebody else onto the pitch. There's only Flynn Murray and Luke Thomas left, so I don't think we need Luke Thomas. Despite the two central defenders not looking well. So I guess we replace Chris Adair. And in other news, we go overload. Because why the hell not? Also, I think Flynn Murray should probably be instructed to cross more. Yeah, he is. Adair. Long balls towards target man don't work right now. Sometimes it feels like this is specific to the league because the central defenders are all moderately strong. Oh. Well, that's what overload does. Bell's dead. Long ball again towards Holt. Holt manages to defend the ball this time. Mohamed Toker, Flynn Murray. That's a cross, isn't it? Harry. Second attempt. Ives. That's a fast one. And we can consider ourselves lucky at this point. Clay, Kelly, Wild, across from deep. Holt wins the ball. Gibson, and a shot. Got blocked though. Mohamed Toker, Jones. It hit the crossbar again. And we get another corner. Mohamed Toker. Kelly manages to get hold of the ball. Mohamed Toker. And that ends up with the goalkeeper. Stoppage time to go. And afterwards, that's it. Ives. We gave away a lot of headers in defense recently. 3 minutes to go. Wild. Trainer. That could be an assist by Trainer. Ryan Gibson's 5th goal of the season. It's entirely meaningless in the bigger picture. But it's kind of funny. Kevin Trainer didn't play very full the entire season. Ryan Gibson didn't score that much for most of the season. And now these two all of a sudden perform in this match. Sure, last-ditch effort, but it worked. I think I will go down to attacking though in this situation. Yeah, it should be easy to defend for Wilds. Interesting choice of a pass. Martins, Hughes. Apparently there's separates of this name too, and this is clearly offside. Well done. Trainer. Trainer with another cross from deep. Toker. Holt. We could have won that game. It's not should have just yet. Results kind of fair. But in the end, it seems we stood a chance after all. Yeah, that should be the game. If he takes the kick at some point, which he did. Seriously? Stop the count. It's done. Yurts, Martins. Yurts. That's a game. Alright. We get a point. Is it deserved? Barely? I will not praise the comeback, though. I think we should have won that match. And if this is something that stresses Adair, get used to it, man. Seriously. So, that brings an additional point, not that it matters. And I think Goitre just got relegated, didn't they? Which means that the Bulldogs, the Draconians, or the Dragons or whatever, as well as whatever Goitre is, probably another animal, they will all go down. And then there's 1 week to go. And afterwards, that's the last match of the season. Yeah, game saves anyway. Let's do a short break. Bathroom break, be right back. 3 minutes exactly. I'm getting good at this. It's kind of scary, actually. If you do it for a while, to, fit your breaks to whatever's needed according to Twitch, you kind of get used to the time frame. Columbane. Well, I don't care much about him. And Pontypridd will not get relegated because Goitre lost. So I want to do something. I want to compare Yates and Holt, actually. Where's Holt? Well, underage, probably, yeah. So, the physicals are not that different. Holt has really bad natural fitness, though. The heading is much better with Yates. So he might bring the headers on target, but he might not stand a chance with the, the jumping and so on. Mentally, it's a wash, more or less. Alex Holt has good teamwork, though. So he will follow tactical instructions accordingly. Overall, none of these is really good, is he? To be honest, I'm trying to figure out what we do with the squad. Oh, let's switch on the light. And get some chocolate on top, because you know me. Apparently the stuff is unhealthy. That's a new habit, by the way. That's something that I started doing while streaming all the time. Just, I don't know, streaming makes me hungry. No, my question is, what is this squad good at all? Well, you watched them, didn't you? Yeah, in my defense, this is, I think I've shown this. This is 85% chocolate. There's barely any sugar in this. There's probably more sugar in this than I should consume, but there's barely any sugar in it. It's all saturated fat, which is not much better. So, but at least I'm not hungry long term if I eat that chocolate, because it's all fat. So I'm not sure how to answer your question, explosive birthday cake. I think one thing that comes to mind is that I do not feel that I have found the strength of this squad other than playing a poacher. And I would very much like to combine a target man and a shadow striker next season. In fact, we did last match, right? We played the majority of the game time we played like this. So that worked well to a degree. Mohamed Toker is a decent inverted winger. We might as well use him as a wide midfielder though. I guess it's okay-ish. If you look at this. This is not too bad. Actually, I wasn't aware. I forgot. It's like, you see, there you see how much a single result means to me. We had a few results that were a bit off. We also started to play the youth though, so I wouldn't want to overinterpret this, right? I do think we gave away too many chances, but in the defensive formation as well as in the other one. I also think the goalkeeping overall isn't great, but he's probably the best that we can get. Well, his positioning could really be better. Okay. It also feels like Lewis is not a good idea. And well, just to use him as a playmaker overall. Not like he's absolutely horrible at it, but his mentals are not great. I don't care much about the balance though. I don't think this is that important for him. And Gibson scored his fifth goal, I think. His fifth goal of the season. That will contribute to development a little bit. But maybe in this formation, maybe going down the wing is exactly what's needed. It doesn't? Why is that? Let me have a look. It's somewhere. I will find it. It should be somewhere. Maybe there's a timer on it. Yeah, maybe there's a timer on it. Give me a second, because there's no reason for this not to have a timer. Where the hell did I put it? Channel points. Here it is. Let me see. Manage rewards and challenges. Hydrate. Edit. There's a redemption cooldown timer of a whopping 5 minutes. This cannot be it. Oh, limit redemptions per stream to 1. Fuck no. So I saved it. Try again. Try again. There's no reason not to do this once per stream. I can hydrate all day. The timer is on 5 minutes. I think 5 minutes is fine, isn't it? But it should be doable now. That is if Twitch refreshes according to my settings. If it doesn't do it immediately, well, I don't know. Gotta start a new stream. So it will be available on Friday latest. There we go. Thank you very much. I needed this. Ah, much better. With all the chocolate in particular. So... well, I think we can agree that this guy is a reasonable target forward, but he's hard to include due to the jumping reach. On the other hand, I feel like he's a viable option for this league overall. He has decent attributes. I think we can go there. His finishing isn't that great, so his support duty is fantastic. I realized that he scored 11 goals. Most of these were shots, actually, and not headers. So, even though it might not look that spectacular, I think he's okay. And to have hold available too is not a bad idea. So, we have 2 target forwards that we can and should utilize, right? Is it utilize? Oh, I don't know. Use feels wrong. Whatever. We should use them in any case for the formation. We have 2 players that are moderately capable shadow strikers. He can drop back to be Metzala though. Not a bad idea. Especially if we need to go into a defensive shape. So I see where this came from. With this, I'm not so sure, and neither am I sure with this role. Adair is not a great crosser. That said, Flynn Murray, he's no good at playing in attack. Why is that? Probably because half of the attributes are missing, right? How's Adair's? If I can find him, there he is. Not much better. Because the same attributes are missing. We could argue, though, that the overlap is really important here in an attacking formation, and that there's somebody missing here to penetrate. So maybe something like this. Because just conceptually speaking, I'm not speaking about if the players are good at it. And given that this guy will not score anytime soon, he will probably score next game after I said this. But on attack duty, he might be okay. Is he a better inside forward? Not at all. Definitely not. We have somebody that can play inside forward. Yeah, I'm mixing stuff though. Let me put this back. Because I kept thinking about the attacking stuff. And this obviously isn't the attacking formation. This is the defensive one. So I need to answer this with a question though. Could you please elaborate on what tactic you mean? Because there's three. And there's a debate to be had about every one of these. So usually we start off with the defensive tactic. This is this one. And the logic behind it is, well, to keep the man behind the ball. I'm not 100% sure if it's a good idea to play with inverted wingers though, in this situation. That said, it brought us some success throughout the season, but that was prior to including the target man up front. We had a poacher up front. That was successful. With the target man, it doesn't work anymore. Yeah, sure. And this is just down to the fact that we do not want to get relegated, and well, conceding goals, well, not conceding goals is much more important than scoring. So I guess this is the way I do it. You can have a different opinion on that, obviously. I don't. Seriously, man. You came up with a similar statement last time out. I don't. Quite the opposite. Alright, there's a few youth contracts. So, seriously, man. This is the defensive tactic that we've been using. And it worked until I changed the poacher to a target forward. So the chances created with the defensive tactic after we changed that to a target forward were mostly related to Mr. Gibson, who didn't use them. He didn't score much. That got better recently, and I think it will get better. Yeah, I can see the point. So in this formation, for example, I feel like we lack penetration. The defensive formation is fine overall. I'm not so sure with the cover duty here, long term. Depends a lot on what we face. That said, I would rather have somebody alongside Gibson that penetrates. And now we can have the good old debate if on the right wing is better or on the left. But I feel like both in a way can work. This I'm not very fond of this actually. The deep lying playmaker here in the middle. And that's because he's not deep enough to receive the ball. He barely receives the ball in this formation. Not this way anyway. So I don't like that very much. I think maybe it's better to, we had this the other way around at Yellow Hawk Dolls for a reason. But maybe we can also just play Lewis in another role. Probably box to box, really. He's not great at it, but who cares? He's got the attitude. So maybe that would be better? Because the over-reliance on playmakers is not a good thing anyway. Especially in this kind of tactic. So the thought process here goes like this. We play long balls most of the time, so the playmaker will not have that much of the ball. In other words, they're trying to find the playmaker with long balls or somebody else. And given that they cannot find the playmaker because he's, stuck in the middle of the pitch and easy to mark, at least in this formation, they just go with the long ball and they are not very good at it. So that doesn't serve a purpose here. Maybe. Maybe it's the other way around. Maybe somebody else should poke the holes all the time, which is kind of what you do. As long as I don't reconstruct, the tactic all over again. But I think this doesn't work very, very well. That said, I'm not so sure if the target forward is bad. He can provide, he just needs players to provide for, which is Gibson in this case, and we might as well say Cobb, for example, can be on attack duty. That would create some additional penetration here. On this wing, this is fine. On the other wing, I do not feel that like we need to change much. Adair should probably cover for Gibson here, and Gibson is the one to penetrate, while Stoker, takes a step back. The deep line playmaker, as I said, I'm not so fond of. Maybe we can use a box-to-box midfielder here that needs the intelligence to determine for himself what to do. In this formation, I feel like the deep line playmaker makes more sense. That said, this is rather defensive for a controlled formation, but this is fine. This is what it's going for, right? We do not necessarily want to penetrate that much, and if we go through the middle of the pitch, that's fine, and otherwise we're okay too. In this formation, though, yeah, that assumes that I can see it, though. Sometimes I just don't see it in time. I guess that's part of what's fun in the game, right? Or you overinterpret certain aspects. And sometimes there's just randomness to it. But it's hard to determine which time's which. So in this formation, for example, I think we can definitely overlap both wings. Not because they are very good at it, but because it's needed. It's needed to provide some width. I wouldn't say I want to rely on the overlap all the time. I will say, though, short passing would be good overall in this kind of formation. And I feel like it might be even shorter than this. We will need to wait and see, though. How's the defensive line? Defensive line is high. So usually, there should be a lot of short passes back here. Well, given that it's a stochastic process, I guess it is. I don't want to argue on the computer game level just yet, but obviously it needs to be, right? Guess I'm doing it. Decision making in general contains some randomness, and as humans, we try to find a lot of patterns in stuff that is just random. I think there's a nice book about this. Is it a book called "Fooled by Randomness"? Yeah, by Nassim Taleb. I don't think I read it. That's definitely on my to-read list. There's just some stuff is random. There's stuff you can influence, and then there's stuff on top that's random, usually. There's a lot of noise in life in general. Well, this is a discussion that nobody can agree upon, though. Neither of the sides can agree. If you say everything's determined by your actions and so on, and butterfly principle, then we can have that debate all day, but it will not serve any purpose. His name's Cherry? Well, Cherry. So, for example, conceding a goal is a stochastic process. I think they call these Markov chains, where every single time you've got at least one, say, action, say it's a misinterception or a missed header or something like this. And there needs to be the result that we are unhappy with every single time. So, seen from that perspective, we have we have 3 chances to intercept the ball or avoid a goal. We can improve each of these stations. The last one, obviously, is the goalkeeper. Whatever he needs to do in this situation, right? Because it might be that he needs to come out and claim the ball, and it might be that he saves on the line. So there's different ways to do things. This is why I always feel like it's very hard on the central defenders usually, or the station prior to that, say the fullbacks that did not avoid a cross, to argue that they are to blame on their own. In the end, it's a team effort, and everybody contributed in a way. So, sure, it's always easy to say the central defender should have out-jumped that attacker. But if it's, I don't know, Ishak Al-Holmström against that central defender, it's just a bad concept to expect our own central defenders to out-jump that guy. So sometimes it's just not a viable tactic. I will be so glad to get rid of Kirk. He didn't play a single game the entire season, I think. Maybe I should have let him. But yeah, this doesn't mean that the butterfly effect doesn't exist, though, right? Because you can influence the... Say you instruct your own central defenders with the example that I just gave. You instruct the central defenders to not mark the opponent tightly, but you push up higher on the pitch, defensive line, because you know the target forward is not very fast, like ours are. So you push up really high, and you do not mark the guy tightly. What happens? Well, he can win the header against nobody, because nobody's there to mark him. And then, what will he do? He will either play a flick on, or he will, I don't know, take the ball and put him down onto his foot. And afterwards, he can close him down. So in that sense, you've got a decision to make, but it might be that you end up with the rare occasion where he outruns the central defenders anyway. Freak accident. Because he's very motivated, and one of the central defenders, I don't know, drops to his feet to, I don't know, breaks a leg in that situation. Whatever. It's a random freak accident. It's highly unlikely that it happens, but there's a chance. That stuff can always happen. So in that sense, it's a random process. You can tilt the odds in your favor, though. They're all on you. Are they on youth contracts now? Yeah, they are on youth contracts, and afterwards they will not get paid. Cool. Would you be so kind to elaborate? Yes, I want to have Finn Evans for some reason. That said, since he left the club, scouting is of the unwavering opinion that he's shit. I'm not sure I agree or disagree, really. It's kind of weird. He's extremely interested in rejoining us. We are not extremely interested in retaking him. And this, Chris Owen. I'm not sure I follow, but that's probably on my side though. I guess this is also a principle that it's hard to explain. So the butterfly effect is about a small decision that has that might result in big outcomes, right? In football, this might relate to a small decision that led to a goal scored, and this goal scored led to I don't know, promotion, right? Very small thing changed, very big impact. And well, arguing a primary butterfly effect that might feed a secondary butterfly effect, this is a Markov chain. We're talking Markov chains here. This is it's an event that has a certain likelihood to appear, and a secondary event that has another likelihood to appear. And their likelihoods need to be multiplied. So then you have a very low chance to appear. And optimizing performance on a footballing pitch is basically to optimize these Markov chains. So if you have somebody that has really great jumping and really good heading, you should probably hit him with a cross or two. If the central defenders are not absolute beasts that out jump and out muscle him every single time. So to optimize for his capability, right? Now, if you have other rubbish of a crosser, a squad that is just rubbish with crossing, you got a decision to make. Is it worth it? Or is there a concept that's better? So with our squad, oh, that's a nice point. True. So sure. This is related to order and chaos within defending and attack. Because in defense and football, you want there to be order, because you know, an orderly defense, and chaos is not in your favor. But in attack, and this is true in general in football. At least that's what I got taught at some point. But in attack, you don't care. Because in attack, you usually just lose the ball, assuming that you do not concede later on due to losing the ball. But you lose the ball if the attack doesn't succeed, but that's all there is to it. Football is a very low. There's not that many goals scored usually, so not every lost possession is automatically a goal conceded. It's quite different to basketball, for example, where giving away the ball can very much result in some sort of counter situation. I don't know what they call it in basketball. But in attack, you want chaos. Because chaos usually means that you stand a chance of scoring. And even if the odds are very low, the magnitude of the outcome is much more important in this case. This is why this is one of the detriments of possession-based football, because possession-based football very much puts a control on the attacking side. So you try to score with a certain pattern, and you need a certain amount of creativity to reintroduce the chaos. If you got great player material, fine. Otherwise, you might pass the ball around the opposition for 90 minutes, nothing happens. And then in the end, well, it's good defensively, but it has more of a defensive aspect than of an attacking aspect, if you want to put it that way. So in that sense, chaos is missing. Now, I hope that I'm getting your point though, Explosive Birthday Cake, because at the end of the game, you don't want to work the ball into the box anymore. At the end of the game, you just want to go for the shot. It doesn't matter, because you take the chance, as low as it is, just for the outcome. Because the outcome, even if there's a 1% chance to score from this shot, you just take the shot. Because if you score, it might decide the game. And this is much more important. If you have 3 minutes to go and you can take a shot, you take the shot. You don't try to find anyone in a better position because the opportunity might be over. So this is true for all football games, in general, whatever the score. Well, if it's not entirely decided just yet, right? But even if you are in front, you just take the shot. Well, there's an argument to be made that retaining possession is more important because, defensively, but then we're arguing with order. But I'm rambling. I guess I hope I get your point. Yes, maybe. But on the other hand, the players are usually exhausted. So for them, to assume that they still have good decision making at this point is, especially in real life, it's unlikely. Because if your blood sugar levels are somewhere at rock bottom, there's no sugar for the head anymore. After 90 minutes, there's no good decision making to be found there. Or if there is, you've got a really good player on your hands. But usually, decision making goes down throughout the game. It's that the concept that physicals and mentals are separated from a physiological point of view is just not true, right? So decision making gets worse and worse the longer the game goes on. And this means that at some point, you gotta roll the dice and be aggressive about things. You can also turn this around though. I'm gonna annoy you now probably, but I still want to do it. You can also turn this around. The decision making of the opponent will get worse and worse. So the quality of the chances created will get worse and worse too. With the once the remaining time gets smaller and smaller. So it should get easier to defend with every single minute. And in particular, once you have a draw, or if you are up 1 goal and you don't necessarily need the 3 points, if you have the capability to defend really well, and you realize that your concentration and your mentals are much better, and you can keep shape and the order, then maybe the randomness introduced by the opponent will not hurt you that as much as them. Because chances are really good that you might intercept the ball, because again, you are very confident of your own defensive capabilities, and just run with the ball. Because they are not concentrated in defense either. So chance for a successful counter goes up along the way. That's just football, really. There's, as primitive as the sport sounds on paper, in reality, I think it is really, really interesting what kind of factors influence the outcome of a game, and how you can always argue that it's a trade-off, whatever you do. So rolling the dice at the end of the game is, say it's a draw, and you want to score. You don't necessarily need the win, but you need the points throughout the season at some point. It's a it's a question of mentality, and no, I guess it's a question of attitude if you want to go for the shot. So say we ask Steffen Baumgart, who's in Cologne right now, and he was in Paderborn previously. He will take the shot 100% of the time. Hell, he might run on the pitch and take it himself, right? He will always do that. He doesn't care. It's a matter of principle to him, and he will take the shot every single time in minute 93, even if he concedes later on within the same game. Because for him, football is about attacking. And this is not about what's likely or unlikely. But there's other people like Pep Guardiola, for example. Well, okay, Pep is a bad example. Because Pep wants to win every single time. So, but assuming Pep Guardiola would manage Darmstadt or something, right? Some second league team that is in the Bundesliga, he would probably retain possession just for the point, because it's the intelligent thing to do. That 1 point is worth something, so retain possession. Do not go for the 3 points. Doesn't matter. You've got a point. Point's good. So it depends on the mindset, but as well on the goals, right? And there's different opinions on this. There's no strict better or worse. Like I don't know. I can argue that that 1 point is good enough, and one of you can argue, well, we need to take the shot because we need to remain in the league. But for me in particular, so is this are we talking football in general, or are we talking Chris in this situation? Because both of these might have a point, right? In general, okay. So I would actually. Is he still around? Is Mika Billion still there? He is. So hopefully I'm not annoying him too much by asking him directly. But yeah. Hi. Glad to have you around. If you, I hope you listened at least a little bit alongside whatever you do. Probably playing Football Manager, right? Are you one of these people that would take the shot in these final situations of a game where you are at a draw and well, you can take the shot. It's a low grade opportunity, and afterwards you might concede due to a counter situation. Would you take the shot or would you retain possession? I'm really interested in this because mindset can be very different with people. And I realize what kind of formation you like to play. You take the shot, yeah, that's it. So this fits nicely with your 2 attacking midfielder preferred formation, right? The 4-1-4-1, that was yours, right? I'm not confusing this. Yep. Okay. Yeah. So this fits the tactic nicely. Now, if you knew, so I'm constructing the scenario now. If you knew that that 1 point would be enough to avoid relegation, and this is your goal, would you still go for 3 points even though you only need 1? If it's the last game in the season and you need 1 point exactly, and it's half a minute to go, and you can just retain possession, would you still take the shot? See, I would act completely differently in this situation, and I really hate to do this. Like, I despise it in football in general. That's playing for time. But in that situation, I would argue that the goal is different, so I would act in a different manner. But that's why I asked you. I guessed that you would be that way. So you should probably watch more of Cologne's football if you're interested in German football, because Steffen Baumgart more or less has your attitude with respect to tactical decisions in football. It doesn't matter to him if it's 10 men on the pitch. He will take the shot. No, well, not he, but he expects of his team to take the shot. He expects them to attack, and he expects them to basically shoot as much as they can. That's not true. But play attacking football all the time. Right? This is just what he stands for. That's his attitude. But there's other opinions to be had. Yeah, I see. So, I just guesstimating. You're probably a big fan of the shoot on site instruction in Football Manager, say minute 80 onwards. As I said, I'm just guesstimating here, right? Yeah, yeah. Depending on the quality of chances created and the time of the game. There's I'm trying to figure an example. So the problem here is you probably don't watch that much German football, and it's been a while since I watched that much German football. And well, you know, Explosive Birthday Cake is down in Austria, so probably also other teams. The team that comes to mind though is the Hamburger Sportverein to me. So HSV, or in German HSV. This is a former first league team that is down in second league. And they played some sort of possession-based system for the last few years. Yeah, exactly. So you have very different opinions on this. And Explosive Birthday Cake, I guess yours is the Guardiola school of football, which is not bad. This is in particular, this is true if you have high-quality players, right? Because Pep Guardiola never managed... I would need to look this up, so this is a bold statement, but I will say it anyway. Pep Guardiola, in his entire career, was never forced to manage a club that didn't have superior players in comparison to the remainder of the league. His tactical concept fits that just nicely. Because he always has the player material available to him, and always had, to create chances even if they play a patient passing game. Because there's creativity, really good technical skills, really good mentals overall, and really good physicals in all of his teams. He was always superior from that perspective. So taking the patient approach is just fine. He doesn't need to force it. He never did. It's an entirely different affair if you coach Paderborn. And all of a sudden, the approach of Steffen Baumgart makes a lot of sense, because you want to gamble it in attack. You want to gamble it throughout the entire season. Doesn't matter. You are not the strongest team in the league. You never will be. So if you want to go up, you might as well go for it. And you might as well go for it repeatedly. So if you lose by 5 goals, one game, doesn't matter. Next game you will win by 4. That's his approach. So in the end, it's all good. But this is really interesting overall to think of. Because it's a reflection of the circumstances more often than not. And to be excited of an approach and to translate it to another club with different circumstances, I do not feel as viable. It depends on the circumstances what's needed. So seen from that perspective, Mika Billian's point that he didn't make in I guess as a matter of principle, would be, we are not the strongest in the league, so we might as well take the shot. Because we gotta gamble it. Time and time again. On the other hand, I can turn this around and I can argue, we need to defend our own goal. We do not want to concede. As long as we don't concede, we will not go down. Which is a fine approach. It's not unreasonable. It's not pretty, but it works. Well, it might be pretty if it is combined with really nice counterattacks, which we do not get very often. So if we had nice counterattacks, all of a sudden everybody would be excited. But we don't. So it's an ugly kind of football, but it works. It kept us in the league. You can also argue that we should play possession-based football as a matter of, from the defensive side. Just play possession-based football, retain possession, do not concede. It's a way to do things. It's not pretty either, at least not to me, but whatever. We can do it. I should probably answer this question, right? I'm going on a rant here. Probably for 10 minutes at this point. So, yeah. That's all I'm willing to say on this. Hopefully, hopefully I got your point though. Explosive birthday cake. It's not like I'm ignoring you, right? Or the tactical, your suggestions. I think they're very, very interesting and very viable. And I know I did not think about this for a long time, but I was aware. It's just some things they need to come back to your mind from time to time. And external input is very good at provoking these. So thank you very much for bringing that up. I might have missed the point, but anyway, it feels like I remembered stuff. That's good. So I have faith in Adrian, right? I don't care. Is there one of ours on this list? There's none of ours on this list. We will say, yeah. Maybe you, in case you're interested. So, self-promotion is always very difficult, but yeah, the way you see yourself and the way others see you are also very different things. But I think I would like to see myself as somebody that doesn't take critique or input as something personal. It's always about the thing to me, and about the pros and cons and what's likely and unlikely to happen. And I always try to optimize for what's likely, the approach that is more likely to succeed. But on the other hand, I have my problems with randomness sometimes, as every human, really. There's sometimes it's just overdoing it. I figure that there's a big impact if I do X, Y, Z in Football Manager, but really all I'm doing is confusing the players, and it might have worked if I just had held the line. I don't think you're annoying, but on the other hand, everybody can learn something from conversation all the time. We're learning all the time, and in a way, this is I'm going on record with this. So if my employer sees this at some point, at least that's how I feel about it sometimes. But I really feel like streaming in general makes me want to reflect sometimes on the way we had conversations. Because I feel like sometimes I tend to go with statements that are too bold. So X, Y, Z is this or that. And then afterwards I need to reflect on this and I say, okay, maybe it's not that clear of a picture. Maybe there's degrees to this and opinions, and maybe I should have gone with a softer statement. And that's something that everybody can profit from, I think, as a mindset. To be less extreme, to be an adult in the end. So, seen from that perspective, I'm rather young sometimes. And I feel like this is something that I can improve upon. I do not want to vote. Go away. I will vote for random people. Seriously. None of ours is within this. Whatever, it doesn't matter. So this is the kind of a discussion that I would. You think? Yes. Seen on a football tactics pitch, sure. That's a way to interpret it. It's kind of nice of you to bring that up. Because your theory needs to. I think the English phrase is where the rubber hits the road. It needs to be implemented in practice, and this usually relies on the skill set of the players, right? So the argument can be, or the tactical awareness or whatever. In a perfect situation, if you've got a bunch of players that are basically Manchester City, you don't have a problem. The rubber will, more often than not, it will hit the road, whatever it is. We should go play a defensive mentality. I guess yes. Okay. I can live with this. Sure, why not? That's the last game of the season. Let's play a defensive mentality. Let's also play Lewis. I don't care. Yeah, this game will not influence much anymore. So we'll just go through the game. It's the other way around though too. Just to say this too. Tactical instructions and theory are very important. It's not like this is not interesting, right? We need both. All the time. So the argument can be made that in theory we should do X, Y, Z and Football Manager is a good idea. And then afterwards we need to look, okay, but we've got this player material and this is highly unlikely to happen. So even though in theory you are right, we should overlap. Our fullbacks at back, bad at crossing, bad at off-the-ball movement and bad at passing. And bad at everything that's needed to overlap. So this is exactly why the opponent plays like this. We don't stand a chance of pulling this off. We can still try, but it's low-grade chances. We stand a better chance to go through the middle. All of a sudden. Despite whatever the opponent plays. That might happen. So seen from that perspective, the input is highly valued. At least I imagine, or I hope I reflect that. But on the other hand, sometimes I feel in a different way. And that's just the way it is. Or the other way around, really. Right? I do something and you feel, this is not okay. Theoretically, this doesn't make sense. Or, I don't know, he's blind. Which, to be perfectly honest, sometimes I might be. Because, you know, streaming will always, nobody will say, you had a great career managing, and everybody will notice the weaknesses. Yeah, we are different in that with respect to that. I do it on the current status quo, because I realized that for long-term development, we should probably get this match going, right? We can talk about this all day. Let me just encourage the players and move on. So, for me, I adapted to what the skill set is right now, usually. The case Ryan Gibson is a rare example of a position that I'm willing to include immediately. The way I want it to be later on, because I feel like he's close enough. There's 6s and 7s everywhere where he's lacking, and the rest is fine for his role. So in the case Ryan Gibson, I'm willing to give this a go because I realized that the delta is strong enough to contribute right now, and he will probably improve throughout the next season up until the level that I need. So I'm willing to go with him with Salah on attack. Otherwise I would need to find something else for him. But for the other players, they need good performances overall. Because they're not 18 years old anymore. They need good match ratings, and good match ratings are, well, a thing that happens once they do what they are good at, right? So we go for the good match ratings, and then they can have some development, and afterwards we can maybe change them. But in most circumstances this means that Mohamed Toko will remain an inverted winger, and we will not go with additional training for running with him anymore, because he's 29. Fuck that. It will not work. He's too old. He might go for I don't know where he is right now. 7, 8, something like this. Where is he? He's got 6 points of acceleration and 7 points of pace. In fact, he's more of a wide target man, you can argue. That said, he has good technique, so maybe not. But he will not outrun his marker anytime soon. It was offside, my heart. where it is. But in the case of Mohamed Toker, for example, I need to include him the way he is right now. And he's technically gifted. Just as Yates is gifted with the finishing into the side netting, apparently. Nice long ball towards Cobb. He's on attack duty, by the way. Nice cross towards Yates. What the hell? Feldstad's long ball towards Morris. I think his flair is okay. His flair is 10. His first touch, though. No, this is not the first touch. You know what this is? This is 4 points of concentration, I think. There's this extra random component on top of it because he might be unconcentrated. For a specific piece of play, I guess is the way to put it. Who's the one? Mr. Jones is on a yellow card. That's our left attacking wing. Yeah, not much to tell though. Okay. And in our case, by the way, Martin is on the yellow card. That's no good. So we will do something weird now. I will play with an anchorman. And tell him to ease off tackles. Yes, in a positive way though, right? This was kind of interesting as a scene. Because Yates lost the duel. Still, he forced the two central defenders into going into the duel immediately. He took the long shot. So there was some space created by the target man, and this is the way we want to have it. These balls though, those penetrating balls, they don't serve much purpose. We should rather retain possession in these situations, and this is the inverse, I feel. Yeah. We shouldn't give away these chances. Feldstedt had the hand up, I think. Not an offside though. But central defense needs to be revamped. We need two solid central defenders. That's another bad long shot by Perry. Hopefully he can keep it up. That is not the long shots, but the aim. Or the lack of aim, really. Yates wins the ball. Really well done. And then he misses the opportunity. There was a passing window there. Martin towards Toker. He's got the technique. Gibbs. This is what I'm talking about. So, Gibson was in the right spot in that situation. His finishing is just not good enough. He will get there at some point, though. He appears in these scenes time and time again. It doesn't need that much more, actually. On the other hand, I'm not willing to go with finishing training for him. I'd rather go with more chances of this kind. I'm willing to, how do I put this? I'm willing to include some randomness there. That's easy for Clay. And there's a long ball. In fact... So Yates will not be the one to run towards these balls. Pop, on the other hand... has pace 10. How's his marker? Morris. Morris is fucking slow. He has really great positioning though. So... let's do it like this. Let's try to hit it down the left wing. and go towards the one that is on attacking duty anyway. Clay with 2 additional saves. Doherty, Lewis, Feldstedt. Doherty. There's a long ball towards Kopp, he outruns his marker, and there's a cross. Well, it's a corner. But, so this is overinterpretation now. Would that have happened without the tactical instruction? Maybe. I don't know yet. I need to wait for a few additional scenes. Talker's corner, Jones, just over. That's well defended. Gibson's long ball towards Kopp. Now this is how we want it, right? Okay, he was offside this time, but as a matter of principle, this is the concept that we included right now. It didn't work yet, but it looks decent. Doherty felt that loses out on the duel. Williams, Doherty, Yates, out on his own. By the way, this is great off the ball movement. Just saying. There's a really great off the ball movement this time. Lewis, he picks the wrong wing. Mohamed Toker. That will probably be a corner. It will not. Well done by Jones. That's not even... Mohamed Toker didn't even run for the ball. He just dropped back into formation, which is fine. That said, this is not fine. It is fine. Morris. That's a header from way out. So, an easy one for Clay. Will he take the kick? Could you please, as instructed? It is as instructed, right? Yeah, well, okay. He wants him to play out of defense, doesn't he? As instructed, he takes the kick, but this one was towards center. Perry again. Play. He's on attack duty, right? I didn't imagine that. No, I didn't imagine that. And given that he's on attack duty, crossing less often is fine. He's got decent flair, decent physicals, decent technique. He's instructed to do what? Cross less often, cross towards the target man, this is fine. Shooting less often is probably a good idea, and the risk-taking, I do not have a strong feeling either way. His vision is good. His flair is decent, his decision-making is decent. First touch and technique are good, his passing is really bad. So, I guess this is alright. There we go! This is the long ball that I imagined. And we end up with Kopp, who outruns his marker. And Gibson with yet another chance. I will not apologize for this was a good tactical decision. At least I would argue that it is a good tactical decision. At least this one time. Doherty towards Yates. Yates doesn't win the header. Welcome back, sir. Welcome back. We give away a lot of chances and a lot of them are offside. Jones. Clay. Well, in his last match for the club prior to being signed on a permanent basis, or whatever you call non-contracts, because it surely isn't permanent. Well done by Clay again. So, expected goal. The expected goals history says we gave away too many chances, but ours for some reason had better quality. Quite impressed by that. Shooting needs to be better though. Do we keep Martin on the pitch? Why not? Hi Clay, decent performance. If he can keep on goalkeeping like this, at least like the first half, we might just stand a chance to remain in the league next season too. Felt that interesting choice towards Mohamed Toker. There's less reliance on the playmaker now. In a way this is a positive, isn't it? Lewis, yet another long ball. Quite like immediately. To be fair, this is an ugly way to play, but who cares? Lewis doesn't take the long ball. Top, this might have been offside. It is not. Dribbles. Nice cross. Toker hit the crossbar. I think the post and then the crossbar. There was some spin on the ball if I saw that correctly. Here's Williams. Long ball. That's quite a stray. Routine passing, really great. Martin doesn't find a passing opportunity in this situation. So he took the long ball towards Yates. Well, it looked for a second it looked like this might have been offside, but it was in an entirely other area of the pitch. Same here, they went down the left. As instructed, I might say. And it's another offside. Great. There. Poker wins the header. And there's long ball. Another one towards Kopp. So now we can obviously see the tactical instruction. The one on the attacking side, it is. Defensively, it doesn't feel like we shut up the... Well, they create too many chances for my taste. There... This is not won by Yates. If this would have been won by Yates, we would have stood a great chance. Gibson again. And it's yet another offside. There's something we need to do? Not yet, I think. Jones with a long ball towards Mohamed Toker, who wins the duel. Toker. Then he delays passing in. Well, we just get the corner again. Corner taken by Mohamed Toker. Nope. This didn't find the head of Feldstedt. Right. Well, Young is clearly offside. So either we've been really lucky or they have really bad off-the-ball movement overall. Interesting cross. That should be picked up by Adair. Will he take a cross? No crossing just yet, and that's a reasonable ball. I think that's fine. Jones. Long ball by Jones. Not offside. Mohamed Toker. It's offside? Apparently it is. I do disagree with the referee's assistant there. Perry with a cross from deep. Adair finds Toker. Again, the long ball towards Kopp. So the problem here is it's not really a weakness that makes us cross for him the entire time. Because the defender has really good positioning and tackling overall. So we would rather rely on passes into space, don't we? Problem is we cannot really tell them to pass into space towards Cobb only. I would prefer this. Bell's dead. That's good. And Lewis wins the ball. Lewis loses the ball. Lewis wins the ball and loses the ball. Smith. And a shot. And again it was offside. 60 minutes into the game. Can we make substitutions? Sure. Udo. Trainer is a bit faster. He doesn't have good anticipation though. Overall, I think he can make a contribution. I don't know. Kopp is not tired though. Felstead is. So we will bring Luke Thomas on, even though I'm not so sure if this is a good idea. But they threw everything towards central defense. And also, oh, there's no defensive midfielder on the bench. Well, in that case, Harry Martin needs to stay there. Whatever. Because Michael Kelly is more of a playmaker type. In fact, I'm not sure why he's on the bench. Hold for Yates could be an idea. Let's have a look at the opposition. They substituted one striker. He's got really good finishing. Yeah. Not sure what to do about him though. I guess closing him down and marking him tightly is both viable to a degree. He's not that strong. He will probably outmark his guy, but on the other hand, we went really well so far. So let's not overdo it. I was willing to look at the central defenders. He's a decent jumper and has decent strength. He's a decent jumper and has moderate strength. That said, he's slow. Craig Williams, not that. No, Tom Wright is the other one. He's rather fast. So we will not stand a chance to outrun them on that side. And then there's Morris. He's slow. And there's Perry. He's really slow. So we want to rely on pace. If we want to rely on pace, we will do it this way. So despite having a decent game so far, Mohamed Toko can come off. We will pass into space on both wings. And hope that they can make a run. And I do not feel that Yates is really bad right now. So let's keep him on the pitch for another few minutes. Martin towards Kopp again. That was not offside. There's some sort of cross. Yates. What a shot! Where did you take that one? From. Words evade me. Lewis. Well done by Kopp. Trainer's shot. By the way, we forgot to put Trainer on winger duty. Obviously, he should be winger in this situation. He doesn't cut inside, so I guess he doesn't know how to play there. Yeah, fuck that. Okay, so let's keep them as they are. And for some reason, Football Manager doesn't like the fact that out on the wing, he should cut inside from the left wing. So he plays on the right, and apparently this is still a contrasting instruction. Well intercepted. It was a great example of a Markov chain, by the way. If you want to put it that way, because we failed to intercept in 2 occasions and the last pitch worked. Jones. Smith. Can we do any better? Come on, guys. Expected goals wise, by the way, we are in front. Lewis, Gibson, Jones, Trainer. Will this be a cross? It will be a corner. I should have done the laundry too, by the way. Mika Billion reminded me of it. No good. No good. 72nd minute. Well, it's the 73rd now, isn't it? Jones. Long ball. Morris. Bartland. I do not feel like the decision was wrong, in particular. There. That long ball probably is a bad idea, though. McKay. And intercepted by Jones. Can we... Flynn Murray is available. He's a better crosser. Yeah, both of them. Yeah, he was instructed to cross more often. That's on me. It's my fault. Doherty has good crossing too. He's instructed to cross more often too. This is fine. I think that'll do for now. Well done by Martin. Here's Williams. Jones. They pushed up so far in this situation. In this particular one, that is. But also here. If only we had a poacher on the bench. Jones. Yates doesn't win the ball. Now it's with Derek Jones. William, well, that shouldn't be a thing. Yeah, it's offside. Roberts, throw in, Roberts with the cross, Pierce. That was a great chance that we gave away there. Great play. Gotta agree with this. Lewis. Sam Jones doesn't stand a chance. For some reason there's no advice by the assistant manager. Maybe that's because he's on the pitch. Martin. Flynn Murray with a cross from deep. It was towards Gibson. Not a good header. His physicals aren't great. I will do it. I will bring on... No, I will not do it. I will bring on Kelly for Martin. It's wild. I will bring on Kelly for Martin if I can find him, and I will bring on Holt in this situation. They are fresh. Maybe they can find a goal. Maybe they can't. So overall, given that these are number 6 in the league or something, not the worst game. Also, especially considering the amount of attention that we gave it. We didn't exactly plan this in a very sophisticated manner, did we? We're trying to find something. Jones, Roberts. Also, let's include some chaos, if we can help it. Cool. Yeah, forget about that. No, we don't need chaos. We need whatever we can get. 8 minutes. Seriously. So... we changed their roles previously. Cross more often is on for both of them, which is fine with us. Do we want to overlap? Sure. We want to go for the overlap. Do we want to work the ball into the box? Probably not. Probably shoot on side at this point. Because, you know, we need a goal. So we need to take the shot. And this was a nice counter, by the way. Just, it was bad defending too. Yes. So the Hurdy shouldn't have been outrun. He's out of position, by the way. We saw that previously. He started too high up on the pitch for a fullback in defense duty in particular. Pool outruns him. And now the two central defenders, I'm not sure what Thomas does. He tries to cover the space, I guess. But it's really Kelly's job to pick up Pierce in this situation. And we brought this on ourselves, because Kelly is not a defensive midfielder. Well, from a positioning perspective, he is. Oh, Gibson, why? Thomas. Lewis, Jones, and it's over. Lynn Murray, Gibson, Kelly. Lynn Murray. Jones. By the way, Kelly probably shouldn't ease off tackles either. Oh. Yeah, he plays as a ball midfielder now. There's some sense to this, sure. Bob, that's offside, is it? Yes. Come on, guys. 1 minute to go. 3 minutes to go. Clay has a wonderful game. Overall. Even though the rating is 6.6. He had a few really good saves. As a long-term signing, I'm happy with this. Well, long-term, you know, next season. But maybe we get additional money. Probably not, though. Here's Clay. Takes the long ball. Great. He didn't even try. The Hurdy. Gibson. Gibson's cross. Thomas is on the yellow now. Not that it matters anymore. Jones. Entirely exhausted. Follows tactical instructions, goes towards Cobb. Cool. McKay, Pierce. That's it. Game's done. It's over. Same as the season. I guess it's better to get them out now. It was a nice shot though, wasn't it? Nice counter-attack too. I think we can learn something here. It was great. Now I gotta have a look. So... probably Pierce has 3 points of long shots. You'll see. His long shots is 5. This is, I will not complain about this, but it's a freak accident. That said, we gave him a lot of space. So in this situation, maybe even he can pull off something like this. But it was a nice one. Cobb, the Hurdy with a cross from deep, nobody's there. That's it. Okay, so we can tell them that this was not good enough, but in the end it was a meaningless away game. Whatever. We lost by 2 goals. We shouldn't have given away that chance. That's the other one I'm not too concerned about. This was unlikely to happen, and well, just some sort of accidental secondary goal. Who cares? But overall, this was not good. And next season they need to do better. So now's the interesting question. We finished the season in 10th place, right? That's fine. Considering we were threatened to be relegated for like the first half of the season, I think that's good. 41 points. We wanted to end up with 35, so that's a +2. In fact, we would have needed 23, so we overperformed. Might not be enough next season, but yeah, we remain in the league. I guess this is time for celebrations. So party time, yay, or I don't know, whatever. Also, we will remain on this rock, as somebody put it lately, for another season, if they don't fire us. I don't think we know about next season's goal yet. Do we? We have no idea. So that's a slight problem. We do? It's promotion, right? It's always promotion. This is not a bad idea either. To be fair, you deserve it at this point. I should probably do that at some point. And Cambrian and Clydach will go. That's sad. I think we defeated them both times, didn't we? Where are they? Yeah, we defeated them here. And we've defeated them here. They still went up by 61 points. That's not that far, by the way. It's only 9. It's 20 points above us. That's... So I wouldn't say we would have been able to get there, but it doesn't feel like that much. So next season there will be one less spot in the league, so it will be harder to remain in the league. This is a team low. Well, okay. I don't care. Same with the losses. They never played in this league, at least not according to Football Manager, so who cares? Planning for next season. What? To keep any on the current plans, please ensure they are copied over to prevent losing any changes made. So how do I do that? Thank you very much for introducing this, sir. How do I do this? Oh. Who the hell are you? Did I already mention who the hell are you? Where do you come from? I guess he's okay. He's on the shortlist. Alright. Get off my shortlist. Same as you. So we will copy this to next season. Sure, there's no plan in next season anyway. And neither is there one for the season after. So we might as well copy this to season after. I will, at some point, learn to deal with this. And, you know, with all the trial lists and so on. I will learn it. Anybody excited for squad planning for next season? What time is it? We've got 20 minutes to go. We will not do a friendly anymore. The players will probably go on vacation. So, who's there next season? And what do we do with them? Get rid of everyone. First of all, Kai Clay has transfer arranged. He will join us pretty much in 3 months. It's 2 months, whatever. Will we play him as a first choice goalkeeper? Not sure yet. Depends if we can find a replacement. We sign him as a backup though, I think. I think we will sign him as a backup. Which is quite nice. Because he will not complain much. His balanced personality is still able to change a little bit. He's 23 though. So this is more or less a middle of the road approach. That said, his training rate throughout the season has been okay. I will not complain about this. His aerial reach is good. He's got some notable weaknesses though. The one-on-ones in particular, and the positioning. I'm especially concerned with the positioning, so I don't know. Overall though, 7.0 rating is not bad. I could stand a better goalkeeper, let's put it that way. So, let's find one. On the hunt for a goalkeeper. His name is Beauchamp. Apparently he's English only. Is he any better? Not really. There's some really off-putting attributes in here, I don't think so. And this is a central defender. Yeah, sure, we need a central defender. Not right now. So let's have a look for a goalkeeper. He's even worse. He's 36 and not that great either. Wants to be director of football. Great. He's 29. Fairly professional though. Didn't make a single appearance. Well, he's not great, is he? Apparently Hong Kong is now part of China's People's Republic. Let's not go there. Let's not talk about this. So, thought process. We have a goalkeeper within our squad. That is not that great. And I would like to see him replaced with somebody that will not change his personality anymore and that is a good influence on the rest of the squad. In this specific situation, I do not feel like he is great at all. His positioning is 2. But as a backup option, he might do. So we're talking third choice here, right? And he's fairly professional. Do I know the media handling? Probably not. He's media friendly, so this is not great. But in case we need to play somebody, he will probably do for 1 or 2 games. So I'm willing to bring him in and have a look. I have no idea when we brought him up. He's not better than what we have. So then, say Clay remains as a first choice. Obviously, we need a youngster. behind him. Preferably a youngster that doesn't have, those gaping holes in his attribute profile. He has one though, does he? That's sad. That would be okay. Personality-wise, anyway. Otherwise, not so much. But I'd like to have a third option. We can also, I guess we can also do this, right? But, I don't know, Paul Coleman trains well, but that's it. Did he progress? Barely. So I would like to see Masaru relieved of his duties, I think. He had really great performances this season, 7.33 rating. That looks really fantastic until you realize that this was when we played really well, and he basically was a passing station in these games. I think, can we see this in the stats? That's 15 saves. In how many games? In 9. He barely had to make any of those. Cool. So we bring in a 29-year-old goalkeeper. Cannot believe I'm doing this. We're talking backup option here. At least for now. He counts as domestic. He's a consistent performer. He's fairly susceptible to injuries though. Above average. That's not horrible. And for some reason we lost knowledge of him immediately. I don't know why. Can you see that? Is this... Am I dreaming? We get double the money? Oh, funny, man. Funny. They all need to be signed on non-contracts. They need to be willing to come in first. Well, I guess if you say so. We'll see. I think to have a fairly professional goalkeeper that is a so thought process here again. I do not necessarily think he needs to play. In his case. The last time we had 2 goalkeepers and no third replacement in the squad. The squad was highly annoyed. They said we need a third goalkeeper and so on and so forth. I think this was with the other Hawk Darts, if I'm not mistaken. So we need 3 goalkeepers. And we're talking need from a club morale perspective. So I want a third option to be somebody that is a good influence on the squad. Preferably somebody with you realize that our scouting is... Yeah, sure. We can set up a scouting focus, or we can just bring in everyone. It's not that many options that we know of. You know what? I will do something that I learned from one of you. Where is he? There we go. Sir, would you be so kind to suggest a few transfer targets for the goalkeeper? That's nice. See? Why? We have no idea about any of those. Can we please offer a trial like... Of course there's no like right-click menu here. So maybe we can bring in some of these. They are with big clubs, by the way. Aston Villa, Bolton... Well, okay. But Aston Villa is a big club. At least to us. To a degree, that's even true for Boreham Wood. Where are they right now? In the Vanarama National, at least. Well, not bad. Is there something, another position that definitely needs stuffing? Central defense, right? I am not happy with the central defenders overall. I don't think that's good. So let's ask the director of football. For central defenders, doesn't matter much. Same here. Let's bring them in and see. We should have used this much more often. Some of these might be really crappy, some of these might be good. And we will probably not find out today. Yeah. So Ben Lee is from Wales and has no idea about any of this. I do not know where this comes from. I've got an idea though about this. So, theory. This has not been confirmed in any way. I'm just pulling this out of my backside right now. I assume that he pulls these out of the pool of knowledge that is available here. So, if for some reason we get a player from Angola at some point, this would confirm that. For example, because this is very, highly specific. Or somebody from Sweden. The problem is they don't get a work permit, so he will not suggest those. But that would make some sense. Because, he's the head of the entire team as a director of football. So it's his job to aggregate the knowledge in the club. Seen from that perspective, we need knowledge in Ireland, which, some genius signed a central defender that is Irish as an assistant manager, and all of a sudden we have knowledge in Ireland. So what's left? Northern Ireland and Scotland. We need those two. Because the rest of the United Kingdom basically is minuscule. We can forget about that. What the hell is this? This is not Angola. What is this? Is this part of Angola? Seriously? I need to bring up a map. Somebody teach me. That's... Angola travel advice. That's Kambinda. And apparently the travel advice says you should reconsider your need to travel. And for the rest of Angola, please exercise a high degree of caution. Well, okay. Sure, what did I expect? But that would make some sense. Cool. We'll wait for him. So is there anybody that we feel that will remain with the club under all circumstances? Anyone wants to bring up personnel that needs to stay? Because, you know, we've got a chance to restructure the squad, if we want to put it that way. Who's our best player? Star rating wise. Apparently this is Adam Jones. Okay, I will not complain. He has a really horrible vision. So the first thing that comes to mind here is that I should probably reconsider this training. At the start of the stream, I kept ranting about attacking football and the misconception that fast wingers are needed for attacking football. It's much more needed for counter-attacking football. I do not necessarily disagree with this notion. I'm just not sure if we will find any. So can he be Shadow Striker? Or is this too much for him? Do we need to play him as a poacher? Like, seriously, like, we need to because he's absolutely incapable to do anything else? Or can we play him as a Shadow Striker in combination with a target man? His vision is really horrible. We don't want him to pass though. We want him to take a shot. This is our best player after all. And we didn't play him recently, did we? Yeah. So he considers himself a star player. He's on 40 euros. Let's see where this goes. Is he wanted by anyone? No. We'll improve coaching team here, sure. I guess I want him to be an important player. Maybe he can agree to this. That's fine with him. That's not so fine with me. On the other hand, the increase in wage budget. That just happens. That's fine with him. Fantastic. Obviously, we cannot reduce this. Yeah, great. Okay, so it seems like we hit the sweet spot. At least for now. Would you have guessed that Ryan Gibson is our second best personnel? Would any of you have guessed? To be fair, I can see the point. He has decent off-the-ball movement, mentals overall, sure the concentration is shit. Decision making could do with an improvement. The physicals for this level are acceptable, I guess, at this point. He improved those, didn't he? He's not even that great. So the star rating is always, you know, a fickle mistress, I guess. Finishing didn't get much better. There's some improvement in here though. Not much, but some. What's interesting about this is his work rate and teamwork are good too. I wouldn't feel uncomfortable playing him as a ball, not ball, as a box-to-box midfielder. Ball-winning midfielder, nah. With that tackling, I wouldn't want to rely on it. Playmaker? Again, I wouldn't want to rely on it, and in a way, it distracts. He needs his work rate to be included, right? So there's not that many duties that come to mind. Mitsala really is a good thing for him, I think. A better vision would be great. That's for sure. And decision making. But he's an 18-year-old, so who cares? We don't even pay him. He's wanted though by Holyhead. Great. So say one of these two remains. Because Ryan Gibson, the argument can be made that he's the better shadow striker of the two, just because he doesn't have that big gaps. Again, concentration. So we got that covered to a degree. Flynn Murray apparently is a very important player for our squad. I do not necessarily disagree. This looks like a high pace, high impact, hard tackle. Get on with it football. He also relishes big matches, but he's a very inconsistent performer. And I think we can see that throughout the season. And then there's Mohamed Toko and Gary Byrne. For some reason, Gary Byrne is considered our best playmaker. His performances on the pitch have been questionable, though. Maybe let's just reflect on this for some time. So, in the future, I will probably sometimes be half an hour more, half an hour less. But for today, I think this is a great opportunity to wrap up the stream. I would like to thank you all very much for watching and for your company in general, for the creative discussions. Best of luck with your own saves, and we will see each other soon. Next regular scheduled stream event is on Friday at 6 p.m. I might do another one throughout the week though. So thank you all very much. And have a good night to Make a Billion. It's good to have you back. Seriously. Sleep well. Bye.